I want to do a compilation of like all the streamers trying to do like a pirate impression while playing this. Bad pirate impressions. A compilation. Play what's new. Play what's new. Play A Pirate's Life. Continue it. Wait, so how do you do it? So wait, who are you? Facts, dude. Who am I? Who are you? Who am I? That's me. Who am you? Mode, ship, microphone. I hope I'm not pooping. You know, I looked at a video after yesterday's stream about the first mission, and there's like other stuff I could have found, but I don't know how you would find that out without like randomly searching places. Also, that one light that I was aiming the lighthouse light on wasn't lighting because there was another one to the left of it that you're supposed to point it at, which was kind of annoying. So simple. I feel pretty bad about that. But what can you do? Those spoilers, he's in the game. He's got to be. They made artwork about him. They don't care anymore. They don't care. I mean, yeah, it's cool. Why does that octopus guy always come back? Like, just let him die, man. Forget, he's not that cool. They brought him back in the last one. I know. Spoilers. I can't be summoned like some pop. Like some... I can't do it. He's the only guy who can do that voice. It's one of those voices that you can't replicate. Impossible. Surely. Okay. So, who am I? Wait, so who am I? Wait, so who am I? Wait, so did my game save from yesterday or what? How do I know that? You can't know. I guess you just replay it? What level am I? That would tell me everything. 5? I think that's canon. I think that's canon. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. Now I want to poo-poo my pants. I could replay that, but there's no check mark on it or anything that you did it. Oh, you did. There it is. There is one. I know it's not. Vote. All seems lost, but a single glint of hope still shines in the darkness of the ocean deep. The sunken pearl, the black pearl, of course. Captains of the damned, it's locked. Maybe this one was locked too.
Again we meet. And now you understand the truth better, yes?
It is canon.
Because of the treasure he stole, Jack Sparrow lost him freedom. And now, that same fate come for us all. The ferryman, he knew all about the threat we face. Not from his prisoner, no, but from the darkness that followed that prisoner from beyond the horizon. The Flying Dutchman and its forsaken captain, Davy Jones. Ah, you've heard his name before, I think. Maybe in a bedtime story. But the danger him bring to the Sea of Thieves is more than just a tale, now that Jack's treasure is in Jones's possession. If David Jones is not stopped, this world will sink into shadow. Jack is the only one who held the key to reach David Jones and take back that treasure. But now, poor Jack is beyond our sight, set adrift in the Sea of the Damned.
I was there, I know.
Still, we may not be so lost as that, for Jack's destiny is a tangled web, tied with the fate of him one, true love.
Nice. Lady, you're scaring us. Are you gonna sell that?
The Black Pearl, a precious gem sunk to the bottom of the sea. In her, there's hope. Maybe even a way to reach those who are lost. This journey is a treacherous one. The seas have many secrets, long since forgotten. What you think you know of its past is only a glimpse to the dawn that David Jones opened. But now, I fear we have no choice. Take these papers and study.
It's just a game, bro.
Then dive into the deep and find the heart of the sunken pearl before the dark water swallows her forever.
Bro, they always say that about the Black Pearl. It ain't going nowhere. I wish it broke, because like, I don't know why that ship is a big deal. Just destroy it, man. Who cares? Just destroy it. They can't get rid of if they can't get rid of the Black Pearl, how are they going to get rid of Johnny Depp? Bro. Alright, anyway.
What service do you seek?
So many ships, so many lives. I watch them come and go, and they pay me no mind. No one notices a castaway. Did I already read this one? If I did, there's no... It's
be wary of what
It's not memorable. Okay. Why'd they make her look so different? We all know who that is. Then, like, Jack Sparrow looks the same as the movies. Who the heck? Don't talk to anyone. Just go. Wait. Quests. Whoops. Yep. Far in a world past the horizon, a treasure beyond value lay in the clutches of Davy Jones. When witty Jack Sparrow heard tale of this treasure, it became his heart's desire. But why, though? When him precious treasure stolen, Davy Jones chased the Black Pearl to distant seas. There a battle raged. The pearl, she was dealt a mortal blow. Her captain felled by the darkness of Davy Jones. The crew lost of hope and lost to sea, but lost where? On these waters, Davy Jones holds no claim over those whose lives reach their end. In this world, that power belongs to another. Witty Jack has fallen far beyond all sight, but a last hope flickers in the dark. The heart of the pearl lies deep below the waves. Journey to the depths, Discovery Ridge, Old Salt's Atoll, find the heart of the pearl. Plunder Valley, an old threat woken, Plunder Outpost, Sharkbait Cove. Well, I screenshotted it. I'm gonna put that to the side. We have technology. They had pens back then too. Okay. Whoopsie. Okay. You're the man now, dog. We are farmers. We're lost. Where's the map? Who's got a map on you? All these tools have no map. The most important thing, some might say. Selling any maps?
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, buy me, sell some stuff. You have a map? No. Is that a map? No.
Until next time, Captain. How's it going?
Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. Cargo run.
Back to
No,
the
no,
sea,
no,
eh?
no, no. Gotta be around here. Map. How is there no map? Plunder out. Is that where we are right now? Is that going on right now? Henry the Hoarder. People just living their lives. Very dark. So dark. I guess I just go. There's a map in here, I think. Okay. Where's the thingy? Oh. That can't be it. Okay, that looks like it. That looks like it. Similar. It's gotta be, because that's where the thing is. It's too coincidental to not be true. Wait, well, this one looks like it too. This looks more like it. Yeah, this is it. Confirmed. So it's right over here. Wait, it could be over here. It's around here. Do I have cannonballs on board? What do we have? Sea bass. Right. You have clothing? This whole time? Are you telling me you had extra gloves this whole time? I didn't have to look like this? Well, I can wear the dress. I think I will. Beautiful. I'm not gonna wear the hat. Wait, you can't unequip this? Nice coat, bro. I'm wearing it underneath the dress. Impossible. That's interesting. What is this? Red underwear? Me underwears. Okay. Why can't I dye, or whatever, my coat? The pet chest. Equipment chest. Vanity. Wouldn't that be the clothing chest? Alright, here we go. No spiky hair, huh? Can't imagine why. You got that guy who sings I'm Not Unusual, his hair. Do we need music? Why not? It's not like I'm breaking the immersion of changing my hairstyle. Kind of like the default hair. NGL. Is that the best you get? Where's the purple? Where's the fizzy wizzies? The timberdoodles. Title. Well, nothing. Scars, makeup, rainbow. Sure. Emotes. Beard. The hair dye. Nanda. Alright, food barrel. We got 8 bananas. That's plenty for a week-long voyage. No cannonballs. That's okay. So let's get going. Oh, the battle's ready. How'd they do that? Okay, so let's get out of here. Oh, it's already nighttime. Avast. Antivirus. The alignment's off. Right to head southwest, of course. Southwest. Arg. Southwest. This way. Forward. Forward. Aha, it is that thing. No wonder pirates drank. This is like the pretty boring to sail for weeks. I mean, you have to be drunk. What if you run out of rum? The rum's gone. What do you do then? It's over, man. Why is the rum gone? Yes, the rum is gone. But why is the rum gone? It's over there. It's over there. It's over there. It's over there. Just lag me out. Try Rock Island. It's not so bad. The water looks really good. I mean, it has to be in this game. Looks green and dirty, full of dead animals. Perfect. How do you sheath a weapon? I don't remember. Okay, X. What if I jumped off the ship? I'll be in me quarters. Kraken's Fall. Why is it called the Kraken's Fall, I wonder? Oh, we don't find out. Nautical miles. Flag. I want the flag to be a flag. A picture of a flag. With a flag on it. Offer alliance. I just like the heart. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. The classic pirate ship. This one. Wow, it's so personalized now. I made that. I kind of don't want to shoot the water because I might trigger like something to spawn in. The water looks really good. I mean, with the game where it's 90% water, you gotta have it. You gotta make it look good. Sonic Heroes, Sonic Heroes. Sonic Hero. I never played Sonic Heroes, but I do have it. I could play it someday. Someday. A playthrough, if you will. A playthrough of sorts. This will take a while here. Let's check the map. Wait, what? Why is it leading us this way? What the frick? Are you telling me we've been going the wrong way? Wait, how? Is it? I'm done. Turn. Is that my marker right there? Turn the ship. What a tune. Avast ye hearties. Good thing we checked the map. Ancient Spire Outpost. We shouldn't be able to discover it until we go on it. Whatever. This looks dangerous. Looks like a town. People chilling. Some guy's house. Birds. That cloud looks like a car. What a tune. So I think we're going the right way now. Southwest. Yeah. Like is lasagna. It's a lasagna. There's water on the deck. I wish you could splash on the puddle. Crow's Nest Fortress. They don't seem friendly. Doesn't seem very welcoming. It's like they're ready for battle. Yo ho. And a bottle of rum. And really bad eggs. I'd hate to find out that you could actually teleport there. No way. No shot. Take that, son. Keep the cannons up at all times. Cutlass Cave. Oh my god, we hit a rock. We hit a rock. Iceberg! Oh god, oh no, oh god. Oh god. Yo, we hit an iceberg. Yeah, maybe this is for the best. It could liven things up a little. Oh crap. It was all planned, guys, for content. It was all planned. We're good, guys. Imagine if we died. Yeah, where's my book? What if we hit another rock? Okay. Seems good. Throw it out of the hole it came from. That was kind of scary. My first hit in game. How much water is here, man? Ships have to get old, right? Like the wood. Unless they treat the wood. How long do pirate ships last? I guess they don't last very long by itself. But like the water on the wood. How much water is there? Is there another hole somewhere? Is there another leak? Got a hole on it. I can't tell if I'm actually throwing it outside. This is more like an ASMR game. Like farming simulator. I'm not going through that. I'm not going through that triangle. Wait, maybe that was a teleporter. I could have teleported there. Bro, how much water is here? This has to be a glitch. Boy, we'll be fine. And I'm wanted, dead or alive. This time on Deadliest Catch. We forgot all the cages. We've wasted the entire day. We have to head back because they forgot to take cages to catch crab. Damn. Rookie mistake, truly. Level 8 rewards. Wow. I'm so excited about that. That's incredible. Truly, I can't believe it. I'm so proud of myself. I'm so proud. I earned that. Oh, we're good. We're good. Oh. Everything's fine. Let me check the map. Alright. Change course. We're going. The Ancient Isles. We're going to the Butt. We're going to the Butt Island. Around. Oh, you had a problem watching the stream? Oh, the game title? It's good. Should be good. Thanks for telling me, though. I do that sometimes. We're almost there. Sharkbait Cove. I don't like the sound of that. Out at sea, nobody can hear you scream. It's a lot like space. A little rocky here. I wish you could spin it. Maybe you can. Just like slap it and it goes that way. Come on, please do that. Come on, they gotta have that in the game. Sigourney. Old Salt's Atoll. Oh. It's been a long trip, guys. It's been a long trip. Hasn't it? It's coming to an end here. Getting darker. Imagine being out at sea back in the day and there's like no lights except candles. That's... Oh, 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 oh. Music. Fade up music. Oh. What? Oh, oh, oh. Maybe he climbs aboard. Uncle Jack Sparrow. What's that? Could be just be a rock formation. Or it could be a person. No. Oh! Stop the boat, stop the boat. I see barrels. Drop the anchor, lads. Oh, I'm just talking to me. We're passing it. Oh crap, the rock! Look out! It's the rock to Dwayne Johnson. I'm not going into that water, man. I ain't going into that water, man. I ain't going in. I ain't going in, man. I ain't going in that water, though. I ain't going in that water, though. Damn it. I'm kind of scared of water. Did I mention that before? Even in the game. That looks cool. It looks like a cloud. Yeah, I'm kind of scared. Do I have a phobia? I think I do. I think I do. You're just so vulnerable. Wilson! Wilson! I'm freaking scared, actually. Why am I scared? It's just a game, though. He's gotta be in one of these barrels. He's gonna shoot out of one, probably. Dude, no! Oh my god, I'm scared. I am freaking scared. No. Dude, no, I'd have... Oh, no. No, I don't like sharks. Oh. This one has like a bunch of scars on him. Dumb dead. No. No, no, no. Great. I died again. Second death. Well, I guess, okay, this DLC sucks. I mean, where's Jack Sparrow though? I didn't want to offer my soul to him.
Make it quick.
Return to the sunlit world while you can, for tomorrow may bring calamity. Why do you save us? You think you're saved? Yes, from your limited perspective, it appears so. I'll speak no more of this. Linger not among the dead, pirate. Go and tread lightly in the living world, for all is not as it was. The tides are turning, an ill wind blows, and the seas begin to change. Return to the sunlit worlds.
Leave me to my work.
What's above us? Nothing. He saved us. I'm a professional pirate, so you have to die to be a professional. So now what? Maybe I'm supposed to have this to save Jack Sparrow. Sheila! That's the seed. Bucket? We need bucket. 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 I'm back. I'm alive. Wait, why is my ship getting water in it? Is there another leak somewhere? Oh. The world is changing. New dangers there be. Between boundless sky and treacherous sea, unrolling waves with sails unfurled, ships come to the, okay. Wait, what? Wait, I don't want to see what people, I don't know. Screw it. What? Do I have to if I die? I just want to play Jack Sparrow, man. I just want to play the Jack Sparrow campaign. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. I can't turn it. Oh, that's... we're going right. There might be a leak somewhere. I don't see anything. Maybe that just happens. Water barrel. Gotta go around, gotta go north. Northeast. No one said finding Jack Sparrow would be easy. can't see anything in this fog, though. This makes it worse. Where was I? Find the heart of the pearl. The heart of the pearl. It must be inside one of the barrels. It's gotta be. The depths. Maybe it's a shark. They had to kill that too. Kill everything. I'm gonna find those barrels again. I can't see with this fog. That shark had a bunch of scars, meaning it might be like tougher to kill, or a rare shark. You got a rare. You have to go faster. That should be good. Nope. There's the rock. I think that's the rock I died on. No, it was pointy. The battle's ready again. What a great DLC, bro. We're gonna need a bigger gun. Yarg matey. Let me just find these barrels and we'll start the fight. What if I never find the barrels? There's like nothing out here. The fog isn't helping. Turn right. This has to be the worst pirate I've ever seen. Don't make that noise. Maybe I'm in the death zone. There's like nothing. Not even a rock anymore. I'm done, dude. I need to turn it around. Old Salsa Tour. Oh my god, we're gonna hit the freaking rock! It's over! Damage control, damage control. Are you alright? Oh, okay. They're the same hole. This hole keeps opening up. We're never gonna go home, are we? Okay. Oh, this is bright out. There's too much fog. Can I go to sleep? How'd that work? The other one felt forever to take out. Where are we? Turn left. Oh, I see it. This must be the other hole. I have powers beyond imagine. There could be another hole like that somewhere. That's what she said. No, that's the worst. This is not what I imagined. Actually, it's kind of is. Oh, where's Pirates of the Caribbean? What is this? What does this do? Angle. The angle of the sail? I think I messed it up. Indeed. Oh, hell. We gotta turn right. Can't see in all this fog. I think it's clearing up. Arg. Oh. There's a whole lot of ocean. I'm done. I'm done, bro. Sailing 80 easy. Why can't we just put the map upstairs? Bro, I did a whole 360. How the heck was that possible? Maybe I drank the seawater. We're going crazy. I mean, it's not directly there. It could be anywhere around this area. Jack Sparrow? Jack Sparrow, you here, man? Jack Sparrow? Turn left. We're dead. Ocean everywhere. Dude, I'm going off course. So simple. I just go northwest right now. Northwest. Okay. Drawing the sail up, I think. Left more. Bring me the horizon. Bring me the horizon. Straight ahead. Keep going this way. Are we gonna keep going forward? Or I think we're just gonna be drifting. I think we just have to go forward though. Keep heading west. This is pretty bad. Should be coming up. This is exactly where it told us to be. Well, if I just go in the water real quick, just check it out. Just check out what's underneath us right now. Just real quick. Some rocks over there. It's changing. Dangers. New world. Ships come to plunder. Nope. I don't want to sail with people. Well, now it's not foggy though. How do I not sail with people? I feel like I cheated just now. The fog's gone. Come on, bro. The fog was part of the gameplay. It was hard mode. I think it's over there. Jack Sparrow. Is that my soul? Is my soul over there? Maybe he's stranded. Maybe he's marooned on that island. Where is that? That's northwest. Who am I? Could he be on that island? Sure. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. 1080p Andy. Yeah, we made it. We here, man. We got 1080. It's up far from casual. What up, man? We're sailing the ocean blue here. I'm trying to look for Jack Sparrow. He's very difficult to find. He's a hard man to find. He's close. I think the wind's blowing against us. Or it doesn't seem to be anything there. There were barrels there, though. Is he there? Is that Jack Sparrow? I think that's Jack right there. That's gotta be him. Wait, what if it's not, though? That could be a piece of wood. This might be him, actually, right here. We might as well check, because we got nothing right now. Isn't that the salt lands, though? Oh, man. Turn it. I could probably swim from here, but nah. I am quite scared of the ocean. Oh, we got the aura lights. The aura lights. This might be him. Drop anchor. Oh god, we're about to hit the freaking island. I think that's the Dutchman. That's the ghosts. Oh god. Don't shoot unless fired upon. But it looks like they're dead. They're not friendly. Is that a bad guy? Is that an actual player? Is that a human? Was that a real human being? I feel like it might have been. No, it probably wasn't. No way. He might be on this island. What we got here? Some balls. Some spheres. I think I saw Jack here. just a boat. Hmm. Phantom. Hmm. This seems like a cursed island. It looks like a head. I haven't heard of that till now. That sounds like a whale nearby. Wow, I feel like Summit 1G now. How do you drop it? Boom. Can I just open it? I can't. How do you reload? That's a weird way to do it. There's too many phantoms. Get out of here, man. Know when you've been beaten. Holy crap! Get back on board. Get back on board. Right now. Don't look back. Don't look back. I'm running on the water. He's right behind me. I see his shadow. I think that's his shadow. I am scared to death. Get hooked. Can I zipline? Tally ho! That's pretty cray-cray. I'm getting the feeling they don't want me in this island. Jack Sparrow can't be on this island. It's too dangerous. There's too many phantoms. He would not survive. A 9. Jack Sparrow. Captain Jack. Dude. Good, bad. You're dead. Some sort of book there, a lot of books. Not really much, not too much else. Oh my god. There's too many phantoms for one person to kill. You guys don't know when to quit. Ow. I'm missing though. It's probably way easier with multiple people. Why won't you already die again? Knock, knock. What? How you alive? Uh-oh. Back to the ship. Back to the ship, lads. Cannonball crate. What's the point? We don't need cannonballs. Sorry, mates. I don't know the way. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Let me kill this guy. I like that gun. Who's that guy? One more time. One more pass through. Yo, what up? I'm sick of this. Die. Maybe I might take the sailboat around a little bit and look for Jack using the sailboat, but a shark. I might be more vulnerable from sharks. For sharks to kill me. Nani? Storage chest. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, sorry. My ship looks like crap. My ship looks like ship. Pick up the anchor. Picking up the anchor, sir. All right. Screw you. Good. Eat this. How? Is he on that island, maybe? Wait, is that him? Jack Sparrow? What is that? What is that? That's north. Could be. Might be him. Dude, it's been an hour and I haven't found the next part of the quest. Jack Sparrow? Alright. Let me get closer a little. Not yet. Whoa! The finest trading post. Maybe they have information. I'm way off course. They don't know where he is. They're not gonna know where he is. That's kind of far. Okay, bye.
Welcome, we're one big happy family here.
Nice tattoo. Thanks. I wanted one like my father's, so he did it for me. He used a rusty cutlass and some Kraken ink we got from a severed tentacle washed up on a beach. It stung a fair bit, but I can tell you... It stung a fair bit, I could tell you, but just look at the result. My father's such a natural artist, I'll get him to do you a tattoo, too. All
Tell my
right.
mother that friendly merman was asking about it.
What are you talking about? Look at that.
Don't wobble the boards. Say
Okay.
hi to Dryland for me.
I'm leaving then. Rude. That's not what you say to a customer right when you get there. I'm the only customer you get. You're gonna say, watch out for the boards. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. There she be. E19. Does this tell you the number? E19. Nope. Useless. Worthless. Turn this bee around. Wait, you could be anywhere though. You could be on that island. How are you supposed to know? Come on. All right. Right. There's always music playing here. The music's hopeful, but I don't see anything. I don't sense anything. It's alright. Yeah, not a good idea to do that with the sail up. We're fine though. Okay. Alright, we're off course as usual. That's fantastic. Hold on. It's a little bit more west of Discovery Ridge, but below Old Salt's Atoll. That's where we are. We're right there. Somewhere near here. Okay, I don't know. Let me take another look. Let me look up top again. I swear. Imagining. What? Oh no, it's gonna be dark. There were barrels there before. Maybe they're still there, or probably not. I don't see them. Maybe that island. Maybe is that island on the map? That's our only lead, I guess. Unless I Googled it. Which I won't do. I won't do it. It's probably that island. North. That's north. Most likely. I mean, what other island is that? Wait a minute. There's those squiggly lines right there. That's in the book. It's above the squiggly lines on the book, though. Maybe, do you have to go in a certain order? No way. No shot. No shot. Maybe it's over here, though. There's other squiggly lines. Are those squiggly lines really, like, do they mean something? On the maybe that's just representing water. It can't be the squiggly lines on the map. It don't make no sense. Old Salt's Atoll. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I guess I'll just sail around. I mean, what else? We're dead. We're dead. That's not good, is it? Is that a player? We're dead. It's, why is there a skull coming this way? That can't be good. Maybe that's Jack Sparrow. Is that Jack Sparrow? Jack Sparrow, you coming? Hmm. I feel like I'm missing something obvious. Oh, there's birds there. Oh, we got some barrels. Stop the boat. Stop the boat. Anchor, full anchor. Frick it. Hello, beastie. What's that there? Is there a shark nearby? I need to eat some food. Oh, banana. That could be a clue where he is. Sharks don't hunt at night, right? Right, guys? .360 no scope. Please no sharky warky. What the frick? I don't want no chest. I just want to continue the story, man. Hey, what happened to my other chests? Oh, there's one. Can I open it up? Shark? Fireball. Shrimp. That's weird. Sharks. Don't eat the banana. What is that? Oh. The aura lights. Oh, here's ammo. Where's my storage chest I had, man? Where's the food barrel? Snakes. There you go. We're stacked. I should keep some wood on hand, but I'm not going to. Where's the bomb barrels? Dude, I don't know where Jack Sparrow is. He's freaking dead. What's this thing? What is that? Chain shot. What are these things? Okay. Flows to sleep, locks the ship's barrels. Okay. How about that? They had some crazy technology back then. Where's my... I had a storage chest. What happened to that? It's gone. Just gone. It's gone. There it is. There it is. This will be cool stuff, okay, guys? Remember, this is cool stuff. God damn. Oh, come on. Why am I sorting all this? Someone's gonna rob me eventually and just take everything. What's the use? What is this? Oh yeah. So keep that there. We got wood. I moved it. Gotcha. We've been at this for days now. Alright, so where's Jack Sparrow? The battle's ready. Maybe I should check all the barrels. I'm scared of a shark, though. Yay, more wood. Who puts wood in a barrel? What kind of a sick freak? What? I'm so weak. These fire bombs must be really good. It makes me over encumbered. Or is it the food that's doing that? Wait, didn't I just put food in there? There it is. There it is. Search for sharks. Let's cook a fish. Hear that grease. I think it can actually burn. Cooked it. Look at that. Mmm. Alright, now what? I'm just gonna become a deckhand. Frick this, man. Oh, wait, turn around south. I don't know where we're going. Just go somewhere, man. West, northwest. Look for anything that resembles Jack Sparrow. Sparrow. Northeast. What? There's nothing out here, man. What are those birds looking at? Is that the barrels? It's gotta be. We're off course. I messed up. That's cool. Nothing here. Not a thing. Discovery Ridge. It's foggy again. That's that island. Whale. Whale. Oh my god, no. No, you stupid game. I'm done. I'm freaking done, dude. Now what? Now what? Now what the hell do I do? My ship! Mermaid! Help me, mermaid, bro! Mermaid, bro! Oh, you have no hair. I guess beggars can't be choosers now. Can't find nothing. Some birds over there. Is that the same barrel? Barrels. I don't want barrels. Turn around. Wait, where are we? They're just barrels. Who cares? What if that's barrels of Jack Sparrow, though? Captain Jack Sparrow. Oh god, what does the skull mean? I'm done, dude. I'm not going that way. That's angry skull, angry. Oh god. That be it? Let me go there. That island looks sus. Clipped it. Very good, lad. Steady. Could it be on that island? I should just check every island now. That's my only lead. Oh crap, stop the boat. Anchor. Anchor this bitch. I mean, I'm done. This is too difficult. I'm trying to do everything here. I want to get closer to those barrels. I don't want to be sitting in the water. I'm afraid of sharks, you see. Just a little bit of wind. A little bit of... Tally-ho! Wilson? Wilson. It's onion. Imagine. Imagine reading a book in the ocean. What is this? Cass Emerald? Chaos Emerald, man. I found a Chaos Emerald. A Sonic crossover. Wow. It's pretty bright. Oh god, come on, dude. A ruby, the size of a tangerine. The boy had been throwing them away. Well, he thought it was good sport.
What?
So what do I do with this thing? I was gonna drop it here, I guess. Mama no no no. I'm going to that island. What is that? That's not good, is it? We're dead. We're gonna die. We're dead. It's over, man. Game over, man. I just want to find Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow, man. Captain Jack Sparrow. Who that? Who that? Wait, is that Jack Sparrow? Could that be Jack Sparrow? That could be. Change course. That could be Jack Sparrow. He could be on this island too, but we'll check that out first. That's the island of Dr. No. Looks like an entrance to something. What would you do with a drunken sailor? What would you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning. I don't know. They've been throwing them away. Well, because he thought it was good sport. Because he wasn't. He was dumb gay. I know. That'd be funny. That'd be funny if you just saw a yacht randomly. Why am I looking up slowly? Oh, there you go. Uh-oh. I was here already, though. Stop. How did I not see this before? Is this a player? This is an RNG event. There's those guys trading. Tally-ho! What? The wreck of the damned Hydra? I don't like the sound of that. Laggy. How do you get up there? I'm done. I can't get up the ladder. Hydra? Hail Hydra. What was that noise? Is that part of the game? I can't loot this, man. I don't think it's a good mojo to take a skull. Especially on a wrecked ship that just happened. Especially one that's glowing. Let's take this home with us. I think this might spawn like a Hydra. I guess. Villainous bounty. That sounds good. I think we have to get closer, I guess, and jump on it. Oh. Thanks for the host, TPO. The desert of the real. No shot, no shot. Bloody hell. Oh, bloody hell. He's been throwing them away. The size of a tangerine. Thunder underwater sounds cool. Thunder underground. I'm never gonna open these chests. We already know that. We already know. We already know what we don't know. Here's a nice room. Where's my room? Go swim up. Swim. Am I dying? Am I getting drunk off like the seawater? Chest of 1,000 grogs. There's a banana. Treasure chest, who cares? There's like so much loot here for one. I'm just one guy. I can't do it all. I can't loot everything. I'm just gonna take this. This looks important. I need to find Jack Sparrow. What if this helps lead me to him though? Probably not. I think it's just this is an RNG event though. It's gotta be. It's a random event. The Trident. What if this is a rare event, though? It's like really rare loot. No, it's okay. I mean, I can't see anything anyway. I might as well. That's not good, is it? Come on, bro. Okay. What the frick? Why me, man? Did I get struck with lightning twice? Need some more water. I need water. Jesus. Okay. I guess I'm not going outside today. Batten down the hatches. Take that, Sky. I wonder if it's safe. Probably shouldn't sail in this, but here we are. What was that? We're leaking. Where? The rain? Jesus. I'm gonna have to stop somewhere. Holy crap. The waves are getting high. I think that's what's happening. Oh. There's RuneScape. Construction level 5. Nope. No. Where am I? There's more loot. There's too much loot. I'm just one guy. I don't need that much. I'm just looking for Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow? How is this possible? The heart of the pearl. The heart of the pearl. The depths. I don't know, mate. An old world is woken. I got nothing. We're dead. We're all gonna die. Could be here. A little farther then, I guess. I see the wheel moves with the waves. Yeah, my compass is going crazy. Why was it doing that? Is that because Jack Sparrow was there? I think I see the Black Pearl. No way. What the heck's... It can't be. No shot. Is that a player? Cut him off. No shot. Could it be the pal? It's going pretty fast though. It's probably an RNG event. I don't think that's the pearl. Could be One-Eyed Willie. That's the ship. Could be the Black Pearl. Pretty dark ship. And looks like it now. And it's pretty dark. It's a pretty dark ship. I can't tell. Uh-oh. I don't think it is. The skeleton driving it. I can't fight it by myself. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Why did I start this battle? I regret everything. We should probably run away. I can't do... I can't do this solo. I can't... Oh, God. What have I done, actually? I have good loot on this boat. Dude! I'm done. Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this, bro. Stop. Ram him. Screw you. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is the worst ending. We're taking in water too fast. We might be able to get away from them now that we hit them. Oh god. Their aim's so good. Just go straight. Just get away from them. Our priority is to get away because I actually do have loot on this ship. I want to protect it. I want to. They're catching up pretty quick. Oh my god, they're already here. Alright. You son of a snail. Where's my gun at? Hey, what up? Get. Oh, I'm dead. Ah. No! Crikey! How you still live? How are you still live? He's... How are they still chasing us, bro? Just leave us alone. I got you. I got you. Call it a day. Call it a day. Jack Sparrow? Is that Jack Sparrow? Blackbeard? Dude, they're on fire. Yo, take that, bro. Cape Canaveral. Bro, these guys don't... Oh, they just hit the freaking... What the heck? Yo, what the freak? They survived? They're on X Games mode. Oh, I think I'm sinking. Oh my god! Oh my god, no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. That's the T, that's the T. We're slowing down, we're slowing down. Oh my god, stop please, mama. Mama. Oh no, oh my god, they're, oh I have to turn. Dude, get out of here. Go somewhere else. Oh my god. I'm done. Dude! Come on! We're dead. This is over. It's over. It's over. Stop making me out of it. Dude, no, no, no. This is AIDS. This is AIDS. Just let me repair it. Freaking Velcro myself to the wall. Alright, alright, alright. How are they still alive? I need to get close to them and throw the bombs on them. That's the only way. That's the only way I can do this. I won an honor command. No one cares. Nobody freaking cares. I'm still going for the quest. I can use this time to load the cannons. God, they're catching up. How are they catching up already? It's leaking. It's leaking, chaps. Oh. I could use the mage staff. Probably. I'm done, dude. The cap stand? Dude, that's it. I'm freaking done. Oh my god. Is tropical? Do something. Throw everything. Where are they? Let me at them. Oh, they're going that. Oh, this is good. Turn. Go, go. Oh my god. We have no wind. We have no wind. How? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Well. I'm freaking done, dude. I think it's fine. Oh god, we're sinking. This is a fool's errand. Oh. I love this game. How are they hitting me? Every single time. We have to fight back. They're not gonna stop. I started this battle. I was looking for Jack Sparrow. I'll admit it. We basically rebuilt the whole ship with all this wood. Can't they, like, leave us alone? I feel like the cannons do nothing. There they are. Turn right into them. Where are the cannons? You sniveling worm. Why does it take so long to go down? Eat banana. I'm done. How's a direct shot on my head, dude? I mean, I'm dead. Stop shooting. It's over. I got a direct hit on my face. How about? Jack Sparrow. Here's a banana.
What?
Might have to look up a video or something. Some kind of tutorial. A guide. Because the map is supposed to be the guide, but the map failed us. Truly. Worst map. Okay, those... Oh. Where am I? It was all a dream. What if Jack's on this island? What a coincidence that would be. Let's see if I have my loot that I had. Probably not. The water's gone, so the loot must be gone too. Yeah. Great. Is that where I died? Slytherin. Do I have to? Do I have to do that? What was this one called? The Sunken Pearl. It's in the bottom. I'm done. It's freaking 2 a.m. now. Damn.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Hitbo TC here with
What's up, man?
another full castaway. Go ahead and
Go ahead.
After you get to this point, now this might have other ships there. I recommend just leaving them alone. Everyone's just trying to do the tall tales, and there's no reward for sinking another ship. So if there is somebody there doing it, just leave them be. After you get to this point, you're going to jump off your ship, and probably one of the coolest parts of this whole tall tale is this experience kind of going.
I did not see any of that.
You get to this point,
Bro.
part of the map. If you're kind of confused on where to go, there will be a blue beacon in the sky, so just find that, follow it, and go part of the map. If you're kind of confused, go ahead and jump on your ship and set sail to, like I said, the southwest part of the map. If you're kind of confused on where to go, there will be a blue beacon in the sky, so just find that, follow it, and go to it. Now, this might have other ships.
I'm done. I thought that was mine, my checkpoint that I put. Okay. Where's that blue beacon? What's that? Red Tornado. So apparently that's the quest. Okay. That was the quest the whole time. I thought that was the marker I was putting. That's my fault entirely. Well, let's go. I learned a lot. What the hell was that? Damn. Raise the anchor. Oh, you have to do that manually. Can't get a break here. Alright then. I could go back for the loot that doesn't matter. The loot that doesn't matter, which doesn't matter, of course. I mean, it's on the way. No. We wasted so much time. I did. I wasted it. Bruh. Piracy. Learned a lot here. Okay. I guess my loot's not here. I tried. The music. Alright, 2.5 hours in, we found Jack Sparrow. Alright. I mean, that's like real life. It would take weeks, really. So we saved time. In a way. If we're playing this methodically. Method playing. Don't shower for weeks as well. I guess let's go in the water. Steady. Get as close as you can. Look up for the rock. The rock, look out for Dwayne Johnson. He's gonna sell some vodka. I mean tequila. Close. there a chance there's a shark here? I think that's a shark. Kind of far from it. If I die from a shark. Wow, I'm so far away still. Wilson. Did I see a shark? No. No. Wilson. Okay. Well. Oh, barnacles. Ours go down. So I guess I have unlimited water breath. And in the depth. That'd be funny if you got a shark attack. I'm suffocating. Oh, air bubble. That's some watertight stuff right there. This is not a brilliant idea. I can go faster. I like to listen to the song while doing this, but like I don't know if I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Here, Snowflake. Such lovely, lovely voice. It's a seltzer beer, lemonade. Kelp. The anchor man. Yo, we're dead. There's nothing else here. We're dead. It's over. Follow the rope, I guess. I don't know. Oh god, man. This is like the biggest, the most dramatic shipwreck ever. So now what? There's nothing here, man. I'm dead. We're dead. What do I do now? What the frick do you want me to do? Oh, here we go. Ship of Freedom. What? He locked it here? Who locked it here? Davy Jones? What was the other ship then? I'm about to die. I'm about to die. What if it wasn't here? Yo, what up? It's parked illegally. Do I have unlimited breath? I don't know. I can't tell. What a beautiful song. Is there a cannon in there? Move Debris. Got it. And boom. Okay. Alright. Air pockets. Where's the air pockets? Or is that just the thing that happens just to pretend like you're running out of air? But really, you can do this forever. A key. This is the Black Pearl. I mean, yeah. There it is. Does it work here? Is it here? This one. That got nothing to do with me, my boy. Yo, we'll work here though. The key. Come on. Oh. Dude, kids might get the wrong idea, like you can actually breathe this long underwater. They should put an M rating on this 400 billion years old. Dangerous. This is dangerous, people. It still works. Oh my god. Alright, I wish not to be disturbed while I'm in this, my quarter. Jack's compass. Whoa. Alright, that must be where GameStop is. I'm at level 10. Renown. Dude, since his compass is here, doesn't mean the other guy is released. Heart disease. That's not good, is it? What? That's not good at all. What is that? Am I dying? Oh god. There's gotta be an air pocket somewhere. I need air pocket. Air pocket. The window. The window. The window. The window. We're dead. It's over. How's there no air pocket there? Eat the banana. Shut up and eat the banana. Alright, gotta go back in. Air pocket. I'm doing good, dragging the man of terror. Well, right now we're suffocating, but other than that, not bad. We're dead. Alright, so basically... Alright, everyone bow your heads. You could swim over bubbles? Okay. So it's like Sonic. I'm dead, dude. I did like 500 times. It's over, man. It's over. Game over, bro. Okay, let's go back to the world. I don't know. I wonder if it's gonna let me keep the compass. Oh wow, you've been following. It's been quite a while. 2 hours. Wow. Well, it took me 2 hours to find this place, so you don't feel bad. Do we have jacks? Yeah, we do. Okay, so where's my heart leading me? It took me 2 hours to find this place. Wait, so why is it still blue, though? I guess I need something else in there. Oh, crap. No. It doesn't work. It's pointing that way all the time. It always points north. The movie, I never saw the... No, I saw the movie. I want everything. I want the whole world. I want the whole world. I want the world, baby. There in that. Act as beacon for you to sail away. Or what? If the whole quest is down there, then why would I sail away? Oh, yeah. Let me get closer. Let me get a little closer. That's far enough. Alright, let's go back down, I guess. This game's good. I've already been dead, so it's no problem. It's nothing. It's no thing. It ain't no thing. So what's to stop me from dying from air? What's to stop me from dying from lack of air again? I mean, there's not much down there. There's a couple air pockets, but that's later. That's earlier. Oh, the bubbles, okay. The bubbles. Stay in the bubbles, okay. So it's a lot like Sonic. It's like Castlevania, really, when you think about it. Truly. You know, this is the game of the year. Imagine swimming. This is why we have beer. Uh-oh. I think I lost it. I think I lost the thing. We're dead. Circle. Okay. Alright, that's good to know. It's just like real life. You guys see that around your eyes, right? Like all times. It means we're breathing. Truly. They know what's going on. They know. I thought I was the only one. I thought I was the only one who breathes. Oh my god. Oh. There it is. There it is. There's the air. So do I wait for that to go away? Or am I okay now? I'm breathing. I'm breathing. Still breathing. I think I'm good to go. No. Okay. It won't go away till you leave. Wow. That's nice of him. The compass. It's a broken compass, Jack. It's a broken compass. I'm swimming. The bubbles. Bubble. Which way? This way, the wood. I don't see any other bubbles except this one. This must be it. The bubbles. What? Wait, I'm not breathing. Oh, I'm breathing in them. Can you actually do that though in real life? We need the Mythbuster. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. The bubble would just pop. What? Okay. What if... okay. What if you put a dome and then release bubbles underneath the dome? Would it fill the dome with air? I guess so. I guess. Ah, Captain Jack Sparrow. Eli. Jake. What the hell is that? It's a big face. It's a big face. Let's go talk to it. Hey, what's going on? Aliens. No, we had the same question. Oh, yeah. Yo, there's a thing over here. Ancient alien technology. I knew it existed. Yo, this looks like an alien, guys. This could be Atlantis. You open the door, it's me. Want me to rub your nose or something? Alright. Siren Heart. Well, I don't happen to have that with me. Sorry, lads. Breathe. Can I take this one? Let me borrow your heart for a second. Captain, return to my ship. No, I don't want to do that. No. No. Breathing is tough. All right. A door. There's like 500 secrets here. That's the octopus guy. Tom Riddle. Yo, it's me. It's me, Professor Snape. Open the door. Okay. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. What? Where's Squidward's ass? I don't see any more bubbles. Maybe I'm going the wrong way. He said follow the bubbles. Oh god. I don't see any bubbles. Oh no. Go back. I can see why people are stuck on this for like 1,500 hours. Can't go in there. Oh my god, this guy, why does he have to breathe? so weak. Well, I wanna see what I wanna complete this mission for. I wanna do this. I wanna do this one. Every underwater level is annoying. Every game. There's always a water level, even in the water games. Especially in the water games. Maybe you're supposed to break the chains. No shot. No shot. Whoa. What is this ancient alien technology? I'm done. Is that a shark? Oh, it's my ship. This compass broke. I'm not sure what they want me to do. Bro, this mission's weird, man. There's no more air bubbles around. Except there. Not sure. I don't know. Or we could be here for days. I think Jack Sparrow's dead. I mean, can't find anything. I mean, we found him, then he fell off the boat. What's stopping him from falling off the boat again? He just keeps falling off boats. I can't help he falls off. I have to find him every time. He keeps falling off these boats, man. Stop falling off the boat. Tired of this searching for him every day. Yeah, I fall off boats, but at least I come back. I come back. Is that a book? What is that? This stick looks weird. What's this gooey stuff here? Why is it so bright? The lighting's crazy on this thing. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, is this the Black Pearl or what? How's that ring? Did I miss something in the ship, maybe? Bro, I can't imagine. Alright, so what, if I'm just a regular Joe, maybe in those eyes, what would regular players think? Like, what would the devs think the players would think? Alright, so the players would go here. They would go here. They would notice the bubbles. They would... Oh, there's a cave there. They would see the cave. They would see the cave there. What if they don't see the cave? They will. They will, Jeff. They will. What if they don't? What if it takes them 3 hours? Nah. It would have to be some dumb guy to really do that. They'll see the cave. Alright. Here it is. This gotta be it. If this ain't it, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. How many ships sunk here, man? This has to be like Davy Jones' locker because he collects all these ships. There's too many ships. Yo, what up? Hey, is Jack Sparrow house? I'm a big fan. Oh my god, it's locked. I want to go in this door. Okay. What? This could be a puzzle. We're dead. No shot. No shot. Huh. I have no clue. What the frick is this, man?
What?
What were they thinking? I mean, can't make it too easy now. Jack Sparrow mission gotta be tough, though. Jack Sparrow. Pirate's life. It's gotta be this way. It's gotta be this way. So, parts. Ammo. Banana. There's a lot of stuff. Do they want me to return to my ship or something? What's up with that? Stop telling me to return to the ship. There's like 5 returns of the ships. Do I need a siren heart? It doesn't say anything about that in the book. It doesn't say anything about a siren heart. This has to be the octopus guy. How do you open it, though? How do we open it? I don't think Jack Sparrow's down here, though. What? That's not fair. Let me in. Dude, there's no clue here. Do we really need a siren heart? Whoa. Maybe. Got enough anchors? What? Whoa. Egg. Egg. Give you ammo. I'm sorry. Nani?
There, I recommend all the way down. Now, like death, you're going to go to the top of the ship and you're going to find kind of this passage way down below. Going down below, you're going to see this crate here. You're going to move the crate out of the way and swim it through it right here. Next, you'll have to move this plank to let the cannon kind of slide through, and it'll open up the next passageway. Now, in this final room on the Black Pearl, you're going to see this claw, and I want you to swim over to the claw and grab the key. This key is going to open the captain's quarters on the Black Pearl. So once you get the key, swim back up and go to the captain's quarters. Now, once you open the door, go ahead and swim on in. On this table here, you are going to find Jack's compass. Pick up this compass, and it is going to show you exactly where you need to go. Once you have...
No, that's not fair. Dude, that was the game's fault. No. The game did that. Maybe because I died in the ship. That's not my fault. How would I know? Wow. Wow, I can't believe that. What? The quest glitched. I died because I ran out of air, which I mean, if they don't see that happening as a possibility, then I mean, what else? I mean, it's not like that's rare to happen. I'm running out of air here. It may happen. Be ready for that. If I die right when I get the compass, should make a backup plan for that, or not. I'm gonna go back in the captain's quarters, I guess. There's air there. The bubbles. Maybe it'll re-trigger it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's over, man. Nintendo.
Back up.
Nintendo raid. Thanks, Nintendo, for the raid. Welcome. Do or dead. We're done. It's over. It's freaking over. What? Dude, what? What am I supposed to do? I need some experts. Dude, this is glitched. No shot. Right on, Raid. Yo, what's up, James? We're glitched. I died when I picked up the compass. It's not good, not good. Thanks, Kaiba, the barbarian, for the follow.
Have the compass swim back out, and immediately I want you to kind of look to the right side here, and you're going to see a cave entrance. This is the first part of this tall tale. I found him over there. Making your way to the cave entrance, eventually you're going to find an air pocket, and this is going to lead you to the next step and to a bunch of puzzles. So strap in. I try to make this as easy as possible. Now, anytime you see one of these blue shiny guys, go ahead and hit them with your sword.
Let's go do that. I did that already, but I'm gonna do it again. Maybe because I didn't slash the person by shot? I know I slashed... Okay. I slashed a person. Bro, if this doesn't work, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I think I probably have to restart the game. At that point, I'm just gonna stop streaming. Let's see what happens. Kaiba also hosted. You got lagged down. Well, thank you, Miltendo. I said thank you. I said thank you, man. The compass is broken. This is the worst ending possible. It's the Time Avengers, the Time Force. It's preventing me from continuing this quest. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be. Hello, Kaiba the Barbarian. Kaiba the Barbarian here. What a great combination of name. I love Conan the Barbarian. I love Kaiba. Dude. How's that a puzzle?
Go ahead and hit them with your sword or gun, and it's going. Now, anytime you see one of these blue shiny guys, go ahead and hit them with your sword. Now, anytime you see one of these. Once you have the compass, swim back out, and immediately I want you to kind of look to the right side here, and you're going to see a cave entrance. This is the first.
Well, that's not good at all. Let me look this up. A Pirate's Life. Tall Tale. Compass glitch. Let's see. Am I the only one in the world with this glitch? It's free. Takes place in the Pirates of the Caribbean during the second part. It always takes place during that part. Players must retrieve Jack Sparrow's thingy. If it doesn't work, players should quit and reload the game. Okay, alright. Okay, no problem. No problem. Let me just go to the desktop just to make sure the game is quitted. It's quitted. Try again. Monster Hunter Stories. Was that the one where you evolved the egg? The egg. You finished it? Wow. I'm spending 8. It seems I'm gonna be spending 8 hours to just fix this bug. Find Jack Sparrow. 8 hours of pain. The egg one. The new one coming out. It's like that one. It's like the egg one, right? It's like a sequel. Or you could fly the monsters. Alright, we're going back in, man. Going back in, man. Day about it. Play the game, bro. Do I have to sail back? I'm done. I'm done. Done, bro. No, 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 no. Don't make me sail back. Don't make me sail back. Please don't make me sail back. That's gonna make me sail back, isn't it? Isn't it? No, that's so far away. No. No. They wouldn't. They couldn't. The things I'd do for Jack Sparrow. Iron Skull. Egg evolution. Please don't spawn me at the beginning. Please. This is the worst thing. It's not even my fault though, that what happened there. Everything else before that was. But not this. Not this. Oh no. It's over. What a waste. Bro. Where am I? Is this the same town? This looks different. I could be closer.
Again we meet. And now you understand the truth better, yes?
I can find this place by myself. We got the quest book, that's all we need. We're dead. I think we actually have to have her stop, like, to actually talk. Bro, I'm dead. Wait, do I have to listen to her talk for the waypoint to show up? Or dead? It's over. Oh, no, no, no. But if it didn't get fixed by now, it ain't getting fixed. It ain't getting fixed. It's over, man. Oh my god, there's no waypoint. That's not good. That's not good, is it? Am I supposed to wait for her to talk? Oh, no. Wait, I have to read the pages. Read the pages. Alright, look. Okay. So now okay, we're dead. It's over. Hope is lost. We're so far away. I'm going the wrong way. Oh wait, that's why I'm going the wrong way. What's that? There it is. We received it. We received the tail. I'm done, man. I'm done. My legs look so weird like that. That's how I sit, though. And that's why I wear pants all the time. It's quest, man. How long has this been out already? They haven't fixed it. Are you serious right now? Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel dumb? Don't you feel a little ashamed? Let's see. What? A power's life. Power June 13th. And if it wasn't patched by now, they don't care. They don't. Oh God, it's a rock. Oh. God dang it, Bob, I told you not to read the map while you're driving the boat. God dang it. It's not fair. Land ho! Jolly good, lads. It's alright. Change course. Hello, holder. Thank you very much, Far. Thank you. Thank you very much. Black t-shirt. Alright. Hot tub ship. Hot tub stream. This is AIDS. I mean, oh wait, you couldn't talk before? Why couldn't you talk? What happened? Is there a follow thing? You can't talk if you're not following? No. Oh. Wait, what? I don't remember putting that on. Wait, what? I don't remember putting that on. Wow, sorry. I don't know how that happened. I don't know. That was a mistake. That's not supposed to be on. I'm sorry, man. Thanks for sticking around though, Kaib. I would have left. I was like, man, this guy wants followers first. I'm leaving. A misunderstanding. Was it? Did I do that? Let me think. Follower only mode. No. 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 I would only turn that on if we got rated by like someone with 300 viewers. Not to say Nintendo isn't great, but I wouldn't turn that on. For, you know, how many views I have. It's manageable. Like this. pirate's life is not for me, yo. Why am I going back? I should go to sleep. But we're going back. It's not too late. I could go to sleep still. We're not that far away. I mean, we are far away. Are we? Yes. Yes, we are. We are. Oh my. Man. If it happens again. What if it happens again? Davy Jones. That guy has 2 first names. Is Jones a name? Jonesy. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. I wonder if the weight of my body is making the ship turn right. Oh my god, this is the worst possible outcome of this. Am I getting bit by bugs? I can't tell. It won't bug. I think it bugged because I died after I got the compass. I'm not sure. But that's not my fault. Streamer hate when happen. Most people been doing it offline. Okay. Interesting. Good night, Kaiba the Barbarian. Heading out. Don't you want to watch me play Pirates of the Caribbean Sea of Thieves DLC at 3 o'clock in the morning? Wait, where's the waypoint? What happened? What happened? We're dead. Dreamland. Sounds good. Have a good dreamland adventure. Now I want to go to sleep. I want to go to dreamland. Damn it. Let me try this real quick. Snake Island. Check. Yo, if you exit, if your game crashes, do you start from the beginning again? No way. No way. No shot. We're so far still. Don't look at the map. Don't look. But look how far we've come. That doesn't help. Spider-Man. We're going dark. Going dark. I need some jet propulsion up in this bee. Maybe if I shoot the cannon, it'll propulse us more. Air propulsion. Is there a whale? Let me try the controller. Is that faster? Oh yeah, it's way faster. And because the controller was connected. Oh, my controller rumbles when I do that. Can't hear it. I am the ship. I thought that said I am the ship. I'm probably gonna hit this rock. Didn't happen. Fine training. Whatever. That place stinks. You already discovered that, though. Does it not matter? All that progress was gone? Okay. Okay. I don't think it was worth sailing back here. Oh my god. Talk about highway hypnotism. Hypnosis. I think that's a player. Or is that my ship? It looks like a Marge Simpson. Whoops. Why? Oh my god. What the frick happened, dude? Dude, we're dead. Oh my god. Alright, I'm swimming there. I'll swim the rest. Dude, what? How did those little bullets do that so fast? What? I don't get it. What? 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 How did those bullets do that after 2 shots? And then after all the cannon fire that I shot at the other guy and threw a Molotov on their ship, it's still fine. We're dead. Now it's really over. Now it's really over. What the frick? Well, where's the ship, though? It depends. Oh, well. It's in the ocean, though. Don't bring me back to the first area, please. I don't know where I am. Oh. I just make it harder for myself every time. I hope Kaib is not here for this part. No one should deserve to see this. This is bad. This is like what hell would be like. Just perpetual thing. Oh, I think we're far away. I don't want to sugarcoat it, but I think we're dead. Oh god. Oh god. Wait, where is it? And there's VOD. Yeah, I'm not editing this YouTube video. This is gonna be the full playthrough is gonna be me just sailing to the area. It's been 4 hours of sailing to the area. Oh my god. I thought this game was gonna be like awesome. I mean, it is pretty cool though. It is pretty cool, man. That's why I'm still playing it, because I know it's cool, but this one little thing is set. Most of it's my doing, but this sailing there again. Let's just not talk about it. I might throw up. Just go straight. Don't shoot the gun. Don't do nothing. How did it sink so fast? That's so amazing. How the heck did it sink so fast? I shot it twice. 3 times at most. 4 times at most. It's stronger than a cannonball. If I ever go after a ship, just forget the cannonballs. Just jump on it and shoot the shotgun like 3 times. And their ship's gone. It's gone. Are we moving? Captain Jack Sparrow. I feel like we didn't move at all. I think I just damaged my ship. Let me check it out. We're good. I think the wind's against us. It's going that way. Where's my flag? Oh, wow. It didn't save any progress at all? My flag, that was like in the beginning of when I start first playing today. It didn't save anything. What's up, Shazamaptil? Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. It's nighttime still for me because I didn't go to sleep yet. Okay. I just want to complete this quest. I want to go to sleep. I just want to do it. I just want to do it. There's no sleep till we do this. We're almost there. I look tired. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Let me see how I look. How do I look? I always look like this. I always look like this. My wedding day, I would look like this. That's rude. It ain't happening. Time to go to work. Oh, I'm so sorry. Unless you love your job, that's awesome. Have a good day. I hope you have a good day at work. Regardless, really. We're almost there. You're at work. Oh, good for you. That's awesome. Home office. What's going on here? Why are there so many enemies now? I guess as long as we win, it's fine. Oh, wait. Is that a I think that's a person. Is this guy about to kill us? Stop the shit! Why did he take off right when I got there? He was there the whole time, and then once I got there, he's like, "Nah, bro. Nah, bro, I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man. Bye-bye." We're dead. What if a shark attacks me? How do you swim? This is the Pirate's Life. Second quest. Something. Tall Tale. Save the sunken ship. No, I'm doing a quest. I'm doing the Pirates of the Caribbean. The Caribbean quest. What do you think I am? Some kind of merchant? Merchandise. Spaceballs the game. Spaceballs the antiseptic. It's worth my time. That's what they all say. Well, it's the second time I've been here. It glitched. I had to restart the whole thing. I had to restart it, man. You don't know what's been going on here. You don't know what's been happening here for the past 4 hours. It's been this, pretty much, the same. It's been this for 4 hours. Let's see. You don't want to know what happened. You don't want to know. You don't want to know what happened. The closer I get to it, the closer the pain goes away. The closer we are to the pain going away. The Black Pearl. The Black Pearl. Well, there it is. It's a big deal. Bill Turner, William Turner's dad. He had a Nintendo 64. Crab legs. You got big old booty. Twerk. Twerk. Yo, give me some air. Give me some of that air, though. That's tropical. That's tropical air. What was that, pina colada? I got the key. Oh, yeah. I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping on ahead. I got the key. Oh, CJ. Open the door, man. Open the door. Compass. Now wait a second. 1, 2, 3. Pick it up. Look at it. Just stay put. Okay, now it's moving.
The fearless crew of this once proud vessel. They fought so bravely, but now they are captive.
They fought.
Their lives held forfeit. And now, a flame of hope descends into this cold darkness. Born here from the world above the waves. I beg you, do not abandon them to their fate. That which you now possess will guide you onward. I shall use what little influence I have to light your way.
That'd be funny if she was like, I don't mean the backseat game, but I'll be here. No, everything now on is new. Right now. Okay, now we're good. Before, the compass didn't move at all, and when I went here and slashed it, nothing happened. So now everything's fine. I'm not reading what you said, Shazam, because I don't want to spoil it. So I'm not gonna read it. But thank you. Maybe I will if I'm stuck in a minute. But let's see what happens now. This is all new to me now. This is all new. Everything's fixed. Everything's good now. Everything's good. Everything's working now.
You're so close now. Please, just a little farther.
We're so close. We're so close now. I don't care if it...
This is the final step of your journey. You shall be able to proceed no farther into the spire.
I don't want to know anything about it.
This is where my ocean crawlers
What?
shall destroy you.
Was it? You should have told me about that. You should have told me about this, Shazam. You should have told me about this. You should have warned me. Oh my god, I have no ammo. This is the worst ending. Not like this. Dude, I'm freaking done. Wait, ammo box. Let me get some of that in my bullet. Oh, okay, it already reloaded somehow. That's some magical bullets right there. What the frick? This game's not even playing by its own rules anymore. Yo, what up, dude? I need to eat some fruit. Okay, we're dead. We're dead. Why won't you die? Crikey. That's a high note. Wait, is there food in here? Give me the banana. It's tropical. Or never. Yes. Eating bananas. I guess dodging is, there's no point to dodging these guys. There you go. Do something. What? Don't worry, I know K-Style. It's okay. I'm the Livelo driver. Yeah, he's pooping. I don't want any. I don't want Mountain Dew. Oh my freaking god. He touched me in the butt. He touched me in the butt and gave me a bit of a romp. Oh my. You sniveling worm. Oh, now I have to reload. Now I do. I see how it is. What now? Charlie Chaplin? Oh. We're dead. Alright, eat some more fruit. Eat some more. We're dead. It's over. It's over. We're dead. It's over. We're dead. I should have bought the DLC. Don't do that, man. Oh. Where's Jack Sparrow, though? Where's this guy? Where is he, man? Ow. That hurt me more than it hurt you, trust me. Poof. Angel dust.
So
I mean...
you have steel and a little skill. Perhaps I will let you live long enough to meet my beloved daughter.
K-Style. What? Don't worry. Is it Fall Guys? Did I see a face on there? My beloved daughter. Is this like Queen Mithra? The siren heart. Put it in her in-game. Her chest. Where's my reward? Open the door, please. Please open this door. You know, you have the chains, though. You're into BDSM. Open the door. I might need some help in a minute. Holds. Huddle. Sheesh. Alright, so what happened there? You guys aren't done? Let's see. Down, down, up, singing. The chain one. Which one's the chain guy? Whatever. Wait, what? Down, up, or that? Huh? Oh, down, up, sing. Okay. 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 So. Okay. Okay. Down. That's up. Is that up? No. Up, down. Okay. Didn't I already do that? What? That's not possible. Down. Wait, poo poo pee pee poo poo. Wait, that guy is probably the first one then. I might have to read this in a second. Wait a minute. Oh, poo poo pee pee poo poo. There's 3 settings. I thought there was 2. Okay, this makes more sense. Okay, so I'm gonna poo poo my pants. I mean, I'm not gonna poo poo my pants. That's medium range. Low. That's low. This'll work for sure. For sure. You better open that door. You better open that door. Hey, look at me. We're just your average gamers, I guess. That's interesting how that works. So now what happened? Wait, so what the hell happened? What does that mean? Should I go back outside? I can't. So I guess you have to. Oh yeah. This doesn't feel right. Captain Jack Sparrow. Just tell me yes or no. Am I supposed to leave this cave now? It doesn't seem right. What was the point of that? Why would I just leave? Dude, I'm so done, dude. This game doesn't like. This game just leaves you like, okay, now you figure it out, dude. What did that do? Doors closed still. Look. Are you supposed to fill it with water? My camera's frozen. I hope it's frozen in a confused state. Unrelated note. Yeah, it's actually broken for life, I think. It's over. Turn on, you son of a... I think this camera's busted. It's over, man. I'm done. There you go. Ahoy, Charlie boy, welcome back. So we're not supposed to leave the cave? Thanks to the host, Flurioak. Shazmatalo. Shazamatil. I mean, look where this is pointing. Maybe this is helping. Maybe this will help me. It's pointing at this guy. I'm done. The compass doesn't even help you. I need help. Favorite emote. Took a break. It's on vacation. Vacation. The compass doesn't make sense. Didn't they watch the movie? So I'm not supposed to... The paintings? Chain guy with the arm raised. Oh, it changed? Did it just change? No shot. Did it just change? Dude, I'm so... What's the point of playing this if I can't even solve the mysteries? I feel so bad about this. I feel bad. I should have been able to figure that out, man. But I didn't. I didn't figure it out. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Alright, so, so basically, the guy with the spiky thing. Up, up, up. Not all the way, right? Is that all the way? That is all the way. Okay. Mystery. Is that all the way? Dude. I should have been able to notice the change in the painting, of course. The highlight was different. There's highlights in the arms, of course it would change. I'm done. I feel bad about everything. I feel bad about everything. We're having a good time. Good thing I stood there. What are the chances of that? What are... Oh, it keeps happening. Armory? Oh. No. I don't want to fight anymore. No more. Three hits. Need ammo. Reload. You're not sending me to the cooler. Is he healing him? Jesus. Maybe you have to jump when it does that.
If only you land dwellers knew of our history. If you understood what we had lost and all that we seek to reclaim, you would never have trespassed here. This is not your world. You exist here only as long as I allow it. We have slumbered for countless years, but now we have awoken, and we are hungry.
I got some Cheetos in my...
There's so much you do not comprehend, and so little of your life left in which to learn the truth.
Lily pad. I want the truth. I want the stallion. Yeah, well, what's the password though? Oh, there it is. Alright, so basically. Alright, so which one are you? You have nothing. Okay. You're the high note. Wait, you're the thing. Okay. Poo poo pee pee poo poo poo. Chain regular. You're good. Did I already do this one? The spiky one. Down. Down. Arm guy. Up. 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 Where is the arm guy? Arm guy? Why is there always an arm guy? Why is... Oh, there he is. He's hiding. He's hiding up there. How do you get up there? Did you use the poo-poo? Wait, he broke it? Is it a mystery? We're dead. Maybe he's already good. He's good to go. He's fine. Alright, start it up. Of course the arm guy is not good. Of course he is not ready. Wait, so who are you? Who are you? I hope this works again. You sniveling worm. Sheesh. Wait. Alright, this game's stinky. Oh, I can't do that though. It don't make no dang sense. Oh no, I'm stuck again. No way. Alright, I can figure this out this time, right, guys? I can figure this out. Late night Indy. That's not nice. That's not nice. Do you not want me to stream? I'm done. I'm done, guys. I'm not late on it. I'm not late on it. The proof is in the pudding, don't you think? Why is the red banana red though? Oh no. That felt weird. Battle's ready. Maybe he's good. Maybe he's good to go. Maybe chain guy? The candle guy. Is that really a candle though? What if that's not a candle? What does he have? The heart of 1,000 suns. He is the spike guy. It's different. It's gotta be. It's gotta be Scoob. Ree-hee-hee-hee. There's another one, isn't there? Alright, so do the thing. What? What? So what? Maybe I have to do it at the same time. Oh, there's no water here anymore. Oh no. Is my leg broken? What is that? Resume tall tale? Oh. So the water's gone now? Watch. Wait a minute. Oh, I get it. I know how to poop, guys. I mean, I know how to do this. I know what to do. Dude, I don't know what's with me tonight. I don't know. I couldn't help myself. Wait, which one's this guy anyway? I don't know. Alright, that's... Who am I? You're the guy with the spikes, aren't you? I can smell you coming off the elevator. I can smell you. On with the chlorophyll. That doesn't help me at all. That's it. More. Wait, what? Is the door open? I'm done. Okay, so we need more water. We need more water. Okay, we need more water. Okay, we need more water. Okay, so, okay. More water. Yeah, just put more. Just put more in there. All right, more. Okay, maybe this one now. Wait, did it change? I'm done. I didn't check. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so basically this one's the same as it ever was. Who is that? The Spike? Oh, he has a thingy. Wait, does he? No. What is he holding? What's the candle, man? That's the ball. That's got to be the ball. The powder. The ball. That's lower ball. Lower ball. It's lower ball. Medium. Medium size. It's rising like a storm. Keep going, keep going. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Go, 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 go. Oh, oh no. Go, go, go. Keep going, keep going, keep going. No more paintings, no more paintings. Come on, come on. All the way to the top. Oh. Dinosaur bone. Is that dinosaur bone? He's friendly. What? What kind of puzzle is it? How I need help. I need help solve the puzzle. I don't know. Okay. Do we win? Is parts? Is that you, Johnny Depp? Is that you? Johnny?
Is she not beautiful and eager to play with my greatest prize? A royal gift from Davy Jones himself. Another ship from the world above, soon to be drawn inside the walls of my citadel and consumed. Piece by piece. Do you believe you can reclaim this sunken pearl? Have you arrogance enough to believe you humans hold sway over us? Know this, land am the Queen of the Sirens, and this is the true majesty of my domain. Your courage has carried you farther than I anticipated, but I will not permit you to desecrate my palace with your presence. Leave the spire immediately and surrender yourself to my royal guard. You shall join the others of your species and sing for me for all eternity.
All right. Huh? Oh, they can't shoot me and I can't shoot them? Now I can. Oh god. Imagine doing that. We can't go back in? Wait, we can. What the freak? We're dead. Oh, no! I have no food. Dead. Where do we go? How do you like the setup so far? It's not bad, not bad. Yeah, I'm about to die though. I'm about to eat. I need some food though. I need some food real quick. I need some banana. I need some banana. What happens if you die? Where do I go? I don't know if I can go back in unless I drop the trident. I don't want to risk dropping it though. Oh. Kamehameha. I hope I spawn back in that cave. Poggers. Wait. Are they still fighting me? I hope I can go back in there. Are we supposed to run away? I think I'm supposed to fight them. If this was real life, I'd probably just run away, man. I mean, what was the point of being here, though? Oh, you had to get the ship out of there, so you had to kill them. You have to kill them. Oh, there it is. It's right there. Let me try to go in here. Okay. What the frick? Okay, that's okay. All right, it's war. Let me get my controller. That's it, you sniveling screwheads. Oh, you hit that. You fool. Don't you know who you're dealing with? Apparently, you haven't learned of my travels. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, are these female? Die. Boom. Oh. Die. No, get back. Get back. No one likes you. Weapons of mass destruction. This probably breaks the chains. Chained, nothing stays the same. Old chained, and you hit. What was that? What was that? Out. What the frick? That's rude. You're not invited. Oh no, my stick. We're dead. I lost all my power. What a game. I got some of that. Okay. Bananas. Bananas. They're sitting in my fridge. Bananas. They look like just like a bridge. Bananas. You can eat them on the floor. You can throw them on the floor. Bananas. You cannot throw them on the floor. Die. Let me get your weapon. Bananas. You can. Now, where's those barrels? Oh my. Oh, there's staves there, okay. Eat the banana. Kamehameha. Kamehameha. What that now? What that? What that now? What that? What? We won? Am I dead? Who am I? Who am I really? Can I break the chain with the laser? I hope I could just drop that real quick. Don't want to lose this heart. Press F to eat banana. Or would it take banana? Oh man. Poop in my pants. I'll just make sure it's this way. It spins like the movie. I see someone in there. I gotta go to sleep soon, guys. I don't know how long this is. I can't stop now. If I stop now, I have to restart the whole quest tomorrow, I think. The whole thing. There's no stopping in this game. You have to keep going. It's like World of Warcraft raid. You can't stop. Ravioli? A cracker. Open the door, man. Open the freaking door. Oh my god, I have no ammo. Oh my god. Okay, down, down. Okay. Wait, you're not that thing? Can I continue from here? I mean, it would make more sense if I could continue from here. Empty Oreos. Oh my god, I'm dying of whatever. Air, I think it's called. Air. Need air.
Open the door.
There better be some air in here. Can I farm? Don't you want to see the mystery come? Look at this. The mystery. Who knows what's gonna happen? Is Jack Sparrow in here? Where's Jack Sparrow? Yo, Jack Sparrow? Where's Jack Sparrow? Jack Sparrow. Where's Jack Sparrow? Hey, don't close the door. Oh, no. He has a dizzy face. They closed the door. Can I get in there? Why not? Is it a puzzle? Is some kind of puzzle? We're dead. Someone help me out. Help me. I can't find it. It won't let me in. I feel like it should let me in, but it doesn't do. I hope that's not a glitch. Oh, wait, here we go. Here we go. You have to poop in your pants. Okay. I don't get it. So the king and the queen have 3 dots. And then the smoke, fire, and there's people around it. They all look at the dots. And then there's people above them that are probably dead. The moon, the sun, the half moon. And then they're up there, they're chilling. What about it? What about it? Wait a minute. Is this some kind of mystery? I found it, guys. Oh, I'm so scared. Help me. I'm so scared. Oh my god, my reaction. Oh my god. I'm so reaction right now. My reactions are crazy, man. Like and subscribe. Okay, bye.
Did you believe you had eluded me? That I would not notice your
Elude?
brazen intrusion into this sacred citadel? My ocean crawlers were once feeble land dwellers like you, unable to withstand the cruelty of the sea. Our song gave them purpose, and the ocean's bounty gave them new strength. They are my loyal soldiers, and I shall so enjoy watching them tear you apart.
Too busy trying to breathe here. Where's the flute guy? Oh, flute guy. Time to shine. We're dead. Is there no air in here? Where did this come from? They do you dirty in this one, though. Dude, are you kidding me? Not like this. How do you get back down? Oh no. Where the hell is it? Oh my god, please. Am I locked? I'm done. Is there air here? I'm freaking lost. I thought there was air in here. I could have. Where the hell is this place? Listen, where's Jack Sparrow? Jack. This is a trap. This is all a sham just so we died in this cave. It was a trick. There's no Jack Sparrow. Dude, get me the hell out of here. Tired of finding yourself on here? Actually, tired about it? Where is this? Where is this? Who am I? Okay. How far back am I? What year is it? What year is it? There's air right there, of course. Of course, there's air right there. Of course there is. Now there's air there too. Look, there's air right there. It's right there, guys. It's all over the place. You gotta be a fool to miss the air. Complete fool. Imagine. Is that a poo-poo? Did I get that before? I'm not sure. Aha. Oh yeah, I was in here already. Nope. Does that stay locked? Good night, Charlie boy. I'm gonna need, wish me luck on this one. Wish me luck. So I have them all set up. They're all ready to go. Alright, alright. Oh, there's an air pocket here. There's air. There's plenty of air here, guys. You have to be a complete fool to die here from no air. There's air everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. There. Air. Thank you. Arigato. Mysteries. Plenty of air. Plenty of air. Open the goddamn door right now. Big guy coming.
Your victory is of no consequence. When my army has regained its former strength, they shall swarm from the deep and lay claim to the islands you call home. Then it shall be the humans who suffer in exile.
Exile. Exile. Exile. Where'd the guy go? I like how there's a random pulley here. Facts. Is there, can I like log off and go to sleep, or if I log off, it's over, it's all over, I have to do it all over again forever, 5 years? No. Oh, mama.
There was a sickness, a whispering plague.
Tell me about it.
It robbed us of our song, which held all that we were.
Did I do that? I did that. Who we talking about? That ain't me. That wasn't me, though. The pulley is jammed. Nani? I'm not getting out of here alive, am I? I know it. You know it. What the frick? Oh, barnacles. I'm not sure if that's natural. Can it? This could mess it up if this is not what you're supposed to do. This could mess up the whole process. I don't even think you can get up there, actually. Alright, what's going on here? This is back here, I think. We're progressing. Get up the water. Get out. Maybe because I have the staff, I can't jump that high. No shot. No shot. Huh? The freaking pulley didn't work though when I did it. It doesn't move. It doesn't move. Why did they let you use a pulley that doesn't move? Is it not even attached? What? It's like some Fallout game logic. No. Pulley don't pull though. Okay. Maybe later. Maybe later. Tartar. It's gotta be up here. It's gotta be. Come on now. Are you professional or not? I'm done. I feel like I messed up somewhere. I may have jumped the gun or something. Opening that door. Can't go back. It's got to be intentional. Because it opened and then it closed. Why would it close again? It seems like it's the way, but it's not the way. Why can't it be the way? Why not? Why? It's so, it looks like the most logical thing. That feels weird. It can't be it. I'm freaking done. It's not really a puzzle. It's like find the thing. The arbitrary thing that does the thing. I mean, ladder. There's a ladder there. What do you think about that? What do you do about it? What do you do? Well, this was quite simple actually. No idea. Try to get stuck. Well, the Riddler has outdone himself this time. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. What is it? Jack's compass might help us. I don't believe it. Worthless. Wait a minute. Dig. Damn it. Darn. I thought that was it, for sure. I thought that was it, man. Why couldn't that have been it? Why? Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I pressed every button. I'm done. Whatever. I don't know what that was. Don't say nothing. Pressed that. I pressed A. I pressed WASD the whole time. All right, maybe because it moved. I don't know. Just keep going. Just keep going. Solve the puzzle. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. Come back. Yeah, we can't beat that.
We were cast out into the darkness, abandoned by our former kin with whom you associate so freely.
Wait, is that her? No. Don't Look for Us by Dimitri of the Silver Blade. If anyone finds this, stop reading this. Read now and run. Read the rest later. Very, very dry land. Just go. I can't believe we thought they were merfolk. They surrounded the ship, scratching and clawing. Started to sing just like the chest, a deadly harmony. They're dragging us down. I'm locked in my cabin, but those weapon things will break through soon. They have the silver blade now. They have us. I hope we never find the silver blade. If you do, that means it's already too late. A dark legend has found you. You belong to the Sirens. Darn, I guess we're dead. I guess we're dead. Now what? Oh. Wait a minute. How? Okay. Is it a... Dude, I wasn't going crazy there. Does the play just not work anymore, or is it not working? Huh? Okay. This game buggy. This game bugging. All right. I see where to go. How could I have missed it? Ow. Oh my. Yeah. Okay. Good. I need the food. I messed up. Oh no no no. I only have a shotgun, but it should work, I guess. Chain down. Oh my! Why? No, no, no. Oh. Ball, middle, candle, up. Okay. You can go whenever you want to. Oh wait, where's the... How am I gonna shoot the siren? Is there one here? I don't see one. There it is, but... Okay, I got it. Whatever. Okay. There was another combination I could have done. But whatever, we might have to do that later. Okay, the water. A little bit higher, a little bit higher. I guess the ladder. The ladder's good too.
The cruelest irony of all. Without our song, we could not even remember that we had been betrayed.
Maybe they misremembered their lyrics. Bleh.
What?
Or is it the wind? They stabbed the king. I don't know who. Humans, I guess, stabbed the king. The pirates. Some guy with spiky hair. The wind took the wind out of him. He fell. A silver blade key thing. Okay. This game likes to like give you something and then that's it. There's nothing else there. Or do you think there's nothing? I can't. Oh, I have to drop it. This key, what would it unlock exactly? I hope this is the right way. Doesn't look like it. Now we can go anywhere. Please. And he probably had the blade in a chest somewhere. Or the blade though. Is it? The blade. Oh, okay. Is this it? No. Shotgun is pretty strong though. Oh. I think I know what I have to do. Darn it. Damn it! I need a pee so bad, man. Oh, this is gonna end in a couple of minutes, right? 2 hours later. 2 hours of that. This key's too big. I can't put it in my pocket or anything. No. Too important. It's too important. It's too important. I'm missing the obvious stuff now. The right side. The right side. I got the key. I have the key. I got the key. No. I know what they want me to do. I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Can I switch my gun or something? Oh god. I need to use the bathroom. Hold on. I gotta go. Oh my. I hope the game doesn't crash. I have to do it all over again. Alright, let's kick their butt. Alright. Alright. It's nice though. Speak for yourself. Am I dog paddling? Is he dog paddling? I thought this was gonna be like a 20-minute mission because the YouTube video was like 20 minutes long. I was like, oh, it's like a short mission. Wrong. Wrong. I got myself into it. You know, in the movies, you know, when they can't. Maybe it's glitching because I have the controller connected, so when I switch to keyboard, it's weird. They don't sleep. They don't have a good night's rest when they're on adventures. It's life or death out here. Life or death. Okay, so now it's like this. Down. Down. What is that? That's the chain one is up. Chain is up. Ball is middle. Okay, that was right. I just want to make sure. Other one is low. Where's the other one? That's where they get you. Let's. Where is that low? Is that low? $360. Now. Open the door. Please. Maybe that was the wrong thing. Is there a painting in here? I thought that was it. I thought that was it. We're dead. Maybe that opened the door or something. Wait, it lowered the water. So how does that work for me? Is that good or bad? I think that's bad. I think it changed again. Water tub. Chain down. Ball middle. Spike up. Ball middle. I can't tell. So little ammo. It was middle. It was middle. No. Maybe I messed it up. The whole game's glitched. That wall. There's an... I don't know. I don't know. There's another thing. The key. The key. Maybe I had to open that door. Maybe it opens the door. The big door. No. No. I dropped it right there. I don't know if I like that right there. Brother man. I think I might have messed it up. There was another pattern. I tried to get ahead of the game by putting it in first. I don't know. I shouldn't have glitched it out though. No. So what's this one? Chain low. Ball. Candle. Chain, ball, candle. Chain, ball, candle. Chain, ball, candle. Does that one have to open? Then you have to jump in its mouth or something? That's where the key was. it's already like that. Uh-oh. Okay. Where did... Oh, I'm dumb. Alright, it was easier than I thought. Damn it. I'm failing miserably today.
The vessel that hangs before you is a portent. A vision of what awaits the sunken black pearl. Every nail, every plank will be stripped away and repurposed in my designs. The same fate. You must not attempt to
Crap.
board that vessel. It still contains much that is precious to me, and I shall not permit you to defile it with your witless thievery. Guards!
I'll go back. I skipped her dialogue by accident. There's no guards there. Oh, I see him now. I see him. Oh my god, it's so tiny. Hey, what do you got in here, lady? Okay. Chest of everlasting sorrow. Cry me a river. I mean, you probably can. I mean, I saw that in one of the other. Now what? No. Oh. What else? Shit. no way out. Hmm. Whoop. Bruh, this game doesn't, I mean, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Just like a dead end here. Is for loot only? Oh, there we go. I guess, is that what we're supposed to do? That's the cannon route. But then now what? Hmm. What? That doesn't seem right. Oh, God. Huh? Room Tall Tale. We're doing Tall Tale right now, though. Is there still enemies? Oh, there's probably still enemies. I don't know. What? Just to raise the ship up? Oh. How's that gonna lift it? What? True? True? Can't really do anything. Hope that's not a problem. I mean, the ship's already been sunk. If I get hurt, it lets go. Pirate engineer. Give me all the cannons. Coming down. Come on, dude. Okay. This is ridiculous. It's almost like you need friends. Bruh. It's a lot tougher with one guy. And imagine playing this by yourself. That's fine. We'll get him. Oh man. I mean, hopefully they don't keep coming. No shot. They have to stop sometime. Maybe you have to go in. It goes in waves. You have to take that opportunity. Pirates. Pirates. Is it almost over? What are you doing? Let's talk about this real quick. Don't climb into the cannon. I'm done. Oh, come on. It wasn't hard enough, right? Right. Forget the controller. Disconnected. Oh, no. Oh, hell. What the hell's hitting me here? I'm safe. Am I not safe in here? Oh, I should have got my shotgun. Now I'm done. Get the coconut! What the frick's taking you so long? What? I'm done. This game broke. He wouldn't take the coconuts. Dude, what the heck is this game right now? She's probably married, James. Dude. I couldn't take anything. I'm done. I disconnected the controller because it kept affecting the sensitivity, but I think that doomed me more because I couldn't click anything at all. So whatever. I guess it's a lose-lose. Whatever I do, I just die. It's. I don't think you can do. Alright, at least the checkpoint's good though. And I have a shotgun. You can stop any day. Stop doing that. Can you stop? Okay. He's got a lot of those. I don't think that's working. Oh. Where's Jack Sparrow though? Classic. Whoop. Hello, beastie. I guess use the cannon. Didn't I load these already? Crikey, mate. Okay. Whenever it's my turn to go, let me know. Well, I think he's getting damaged. Oh. Don't climb into the cannon. What a battle. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
You dare! You dare to intrude upon my kingdom, to wound my beloved daughter! Davy Jones warned me of the aggression, the brutality that you pirates prize so highly. But now I see he did not reveal the true depths of your brutality. Very well. Come forth to my chamber if you still have courage to spare. I
Man.
shall take exquisite pleasure in exterminating you myself.
This quest don't end. It's like a campaign in itself. I like how they give you the rewards before the battle's even over. Like, just carry it with you the whole time. That's fine. Where do you go? Aha. That's what that's for. I was wondering why they allowed you to go up here. I mean, it's not just for nothing. Or is it? Ah. No. What kind of sick jump is this? If you miss this jump, you're done. It's over. I'm done, dude. I can't see! This is a sick joke, man. Whoever made this game is a sick joke. It's on purpose, man, I tell you. There's some sadistic stuff. Nah, it's not actually the best game ever made. 400. Oh, true. Alright. There's some Men in Black stuff. I don't know how I fell before. I feel like I fell through the wall. Come on. Thank you. You're supposed to carry this the whole time. I guess it's less awkward when there's more people. Oh my god, how do you get it? Did I relock it? Freedom. Freedom. Where's the quarter? That's gonna be it for the battles, I think. Yo, what about... I'm gonna take a shotgun. I can't carry both. Screw it. Huh? Oh. Wait for it. There's bullets here too. What was the point of that?
Face to face at last. What strange creatures you land dwellers are. How comical. And yet when I stare into your eyes, I sense you truly do not know why it is we sirens despise you so.
Where are you?
No matter. You are to be granted a singular honor. To have your life ended by a monarch of the sirens. We who have ruled below the waves for centuries, while your species scratched and squabbled in the dirt. Now, bow down to me, and die!
Where are you? Oh, there you are. You look different than I thought you would.
My reign shall be absolute! The sea shall protect me! Gods! Where are my gods?
Not more guards. Come on, bro. They're all dead. I killed everyone. Okay, I guess there's more. I guess there was more hiding out. Waiting for you to say that.
Humans are so slow. Easy prey for sirens.
Where's the food at? I'm gonna need some food, I think. I'm gonna need some of that.
You cannot comprehend how we have suffered. But no more!
What does that mean?
I am too fast for you! Deal with these intruders! Your vessel shall make a fine trophy.
Headshot. Where you going?
Cannot comprehend how we have suffered. But no more! I cannot.
Goodbye.
My Siren King, forgive me.
Bye bye.
I only wished to avenge you.
I'll meet a tomato in front of you. Goodbye. I ain't gonna miss her. Hey, let me get that chest though, real quick. Let me get that chest though that I worked so hard to get. Okay. That chest. Chest. The chest that I carried the whole way here. The chest. Okay. So if you have friends, you get everything. You get all the stuff. You get the chest. They bring in the chest. They bring everything. What the freak? This is ridiculous. Oh, whatever. We'll get one later. Wait. All right. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna have to actually unequip this. Who are you guys? I think they're living and breathing. I guess they're at peace now with those rocks. The rock people. Freedom. Now what? So we did everything. It's all over. But the pearl's not free, though. So I don't get it. The pearl's not free, though. The quest isn't over, is it? What the heck do I... What? I'm done. Get out of the water. Anchor. Oh, it's the pirate ship. Gay. With the white hair, I know that gay. They're part of Jack's crew. Made him cry.
Mother's love, but that's one dream I'm glad to be woke from.
Aye, my head's still ringing. Well, that song was so sad.
There were words, too, weren't there? Ah, it's all fading away.
Me, I just as soon as not remember. Oh, I assume we have you to thank for our rescue. After we were captured by those scaly songstresses, I thought we'd be fish food for sure. Joshua Gibbs, at your service. First mate of the Black Pearl. Well, former first mate now. The Dutchman, she finally overtook us, and we were dragged down right along with her. But then, as you're in possession of Jack's compass, I'd wager you've already seen the fate of the Pearl. As to her captain, since you're here, might I surmise that Jack's not quite as dead as we were led to believe? Got himself into a whole new world of trouble, I'll be bound.
If the captain's in peril, we gotta rescue him.
And get captured again. You heard what the siren said. Davy Jones wants to turn this place into his new locker, and we were just first in line. Besides, you know the code. Anyone who falls behind is left behind.
Aye, Anna Maria. And where would that have left the three of us if not still part of the ornamentation? No, I think the pirates in these parts have expanded on the code, as it were.
Also, the captain's still got the treasure, so we can't go home until we find him.
I hate it when you have a point. Fine. Rescue it is. Where do we start?
Well, we brought Jack back from the dead once before, so we know it can be done. We all just need to put our heads together with anyone who's willing to help. Oh, and I'll be needing Jack's compass if we're to find our way to friendlier shores. But we've still a debt to repay, so we'll gladly help you any way we can once we've reached land. If the winds be fair, we'll meet again soon. For now, farewell.
There's a door there. Convenient. Let me come with you guys. Hold on. Yo, who's that guy? He never introduced himself. The Sunken Pal. Quest completed. Tale completed. There it is. There it is. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. Crap. It's so far down, I don't even know if I can get... How do you get back up? Yo, I got the blade though. That's a nice blade. Now that's a reward. So... What? So are they gonna free the ship now? I don't know if this is gonna work. probably an easier way to do this. Oh yeah, there's like teleport stones down there. Whoops. Oh man. Too late now. Brilliant plan. Where the heck is my ship? Hope I don't get eaten by sharks. Yeah, look out, man. Thanks, buddy. We're back. It was all a dream. What a trip. What a trip. The water is beautiful. Surely. Bro, what? Stop showing me this. Oh, are they shooting me? Oh. Where's this cutlass? Where's that cutlass they talked about? What? Had to buy it or something? Where the cutlass? Weapons. Come on. There it is. Whoa, what the heck is this? Ruby Stinger. They never said anything about that. I like that one. That's pretty cool, man. Okay. I think we're done. Let's get the heck out of here. All right.